Good morning. We're about to start a hearing on House Bill 332. And if there's anybody here that would like to testify on it, please fill out a pink card and turn it in. Thank you. Good morning. This is the Finance Committee. At 10 o'clock, we have a scheduled hearing for House Bill 332. I think I see two sponsors here. I'll call first Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am Michael Cahill.
All right, a little closer. Okay, good.
Yep. I am Representative Michael Cahill from Newmarket. I represent the towns of Newfield and Newmarket in Rockingham 10. And I'm here before you today, as I had been in other occasions, to talk about school building aid. Many of you are aware this is a long-standing problem, exacerbated by the bonding of state funds due to the recession and the moratorium, and the fact that the moratorium halted payments, but it didn't halt, deteriorating conditions in our schools. So with HB 332, I would like to address really both sides of the equation. I would like to change the $50 million maximum spend to $60 million minimum spend. And this should be, I erred on the drafting somehow. This would be inclusive of the debt payment. We still have to pay down the debt. So I'm not asking to pay the debt. I mean, it would be great if you did pay down the debt and do 60 million, but let's be realistic. So 60 million minimum. Now, the five of the extra million would go to help us with pending projects so that we wouldn't lengthen that list. Right now, we have 17 projects for the current biennium and only money enough for 3. So that's kind of sustains the problem rather than lowering the problem. And then we have the issue of the many projects that went forward during the moratorium, those that couldn't wait. It was supposed to be a 2-year moratorium, and then it was extended and extended again. And some of you will find that schools in your districts were involved, were in that group. Mine certainly was. And, taxpayers, they voted, they had to get 60% approval, and we did that. It was painful. They were still paying for it now. Extra money, on the tax bill. And this was, the school building aid program was something that worked pretty well for decades. And then it was abandoned. We've ran into some hard times, and we restored it a bit with some urgency, and then we went a little bit further. But the tail is a problem, and the limit on the maximum of 50 million is certainly a problem. And I think we need to do something with this. This is another kind of infrastructure. And as a note, I've also reached out to the Gopher Committee because there is some federal money left, and I'd like to see that applied to someplace. I think probably the best chance would be to help us shorten that pending project list a bit. But the retroactive, I know that hasn't caught much favor in the past, but those people are, those people are educating the children in their districts, in the schools that needed to be renovated or repaired, and it was done. We did it, and we acted in good faith, and I'd like to see the state of New Hampshire recognize that. And I'm only asking for half of the grant amount. I'm not asking you to pay the whole cost like we did in Newmarket and in Auburn and in so many other places around the state. I'm asking for half of the money. And there's a formula that Amy Clark recommended, which takes into account the property values, the income and wealth, the general ability to pay. That's one approach where you're paying the more needy communities first. Another would be, first in, first out. But I'll leave that to the wisdom of the Finance Committee. But I am looking for a commitment to fund it, and to fund it year after year, so that we can not have these long lists of people who are, left to their own devices in the effort to provide good education, good facilities, to attract young families, to hire and retain teachers. We need to be doing those things.
Thank you, Representative Cahill. Do you by chance have anything written that you could give the clerk?
I have a bunch of copies here, and more being worked on. And I did send an email with, again, I thought this was Division 2. And so I only asked for 9 copies, and I realized, no, that's not nearly enough.
All right, make sure the clerk gets one, and we can have copies made for the rest of the committee when you give them to Mr. Landrigan.
Yeah. Thank you for your indulgence.
Any
glad we have
questions from the committee? Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I thought I heard you say that you want the $60 million to be less any debt payments. But the way I read this, it's the other way around. Is that right?
The bill that was an error.
I see.
I'm not sure how that got in there. I think you might see that on some of the other bills today. But Representative Heath, to your immediate left, has graciously agreed to submit an amendment to undo that, if necessary. So
Thank you.
thank you.
We can expect an amendment to be brought to Division 2.
Yes.
Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
And I guess Representative Heath will take care of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Further questions from committee members? Representative Edwards.
I'll defer to anyone in Division 2, but I do have 3 questions just so that I can learn a little bit. Okay, I think these are friendly questions, Representative Cahill, so I'm just looking for clarity. I think I heard you say that there are 17 projects on the list, of which we have plans to fund 3 of them. And then I think I heard you say that you would like us to be able to take some of the new money and apply it to new projects instead of continuing to work the existing priority list for those 17. Did I hear you correctly?
No, I think you heard me, but misinterpreted. My intent was that we would not invite. I know there will be more projects coming in years to come, but work on some more of the other remaining 14 to the extent that we can with whatever ARPA money is provided.
Okay, so as I generally understand the way we work, I'm sorry, follow up? So as I generally understand how this works is we have this priority list of 17. If we have a new project or some crisis occurs on one of the yet to be funded projects, then there's the ability to move that project to the front of the line for exigent reasons. Are you asking for anything different than that?
Thank you for the question. No, I trust those who did the ranking on the list. I'm just trying to add money,
Okay.
to the fund, through the extra 5 million, to directed toward, 60 million. So it's 5 of that would directed toward reducing that list, and hopefully some multi-million from the ARPA gopher money would make a big difference.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Second question? No, yeah, it just feels like it. So I think you're asking for retroactivity, I know with my constituents in Auburn, they'd love some unanticipated money to reimburse for the $13 million bond that we did a few years ago. Do we have a history of retroactively funding projects that local districts had approved and accepted the commitment that they were getting into? Do we have any precedent for a retroactive school building aid?
I have not researched that. I would certainly be glad to look further. I know that on the other branch, the executive council routinely approves contract revisions retroactively, so it's not like an unfamiliar term in the building. The problem was that, as you know, that your school needed work and the state wasn't funding it. The state is in a better position now than they were, and I'd like to see your constituents and mine get some of the reimbursement back, roughly half of the amount that would have been given to them, and I think that would be a fair thing to do.
Okay, and then my third and final question, if I might. This is just a coordination question. I know that Senator Lang is proposing a bill. I'm just, what he's wanting the school building aid to focus on is helping districts that need to consolidate. And so my question is, are you and Senator Lang talking and trying to smooth your bills, or do you see these as in conflict?
I haven't, we had some emails back and forth. I haven't seen his bill. They're not really in conflict. There has been an incentive for districts to consolidate where possible. I believe there was an extra 5% per every sending community, which I have kind of mixed feelings about that. But there are places that can't consolidate. Maybe you don't want your first grader on an hour bus ride each way. There are places where it's not practical. And so, for those of us who are in single school districts, we like it that way, and we've built it that way, and it works for us, and I'm sure that's true of a few other places around the state. And we did look at sending some of the kids elsewhere, and we had an opportunity to send a few of them to Oyster River, but that was only a few. So we've been around this, and for us it was best to stay with our pre-K now, through 12, right in Newmarket.
All right. Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions from the committee members? Representative Popovici Malou.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking the questions. Could you clarify the language in paragraph B? Because when you described it, you said, 5 million would go to retroactive funding. The way I read the language is at least half and potentially the entire increase. Could you clarify what the intent of the language is?
Right. The 60 million is the minimum that we would spend each year. So there's flexibility to spend 62 or 70 million if we're really flush. But I'm asking for half of the extra money, basically 10 million, which would be half of that would be 5. So again, I suppose it wouldn't be out of the question if we were swimming in money and we wanted to get this done to speed up the payments for the current projects and to the retroactive, such as yours and mine.
Follow up, if I may.
Follow up?
I would appreciate the clarification because the language as I read it does not say 5 million, it says at least 5 million. And I want to understand your intent because obviously we will need to figure out the best way to finalize this bill, and
Right.
it's important for me to understand what your intent is.
I appreciate the question. Let me look back. It does say at least 5, right, yeah, at least. Well, yes, I think what we're thinking here is that of the additional funds, at least 5 million, yes. It could be, if that is a problem for the committee, it could certainly be, limited to 5 million, or you could leave it at least so that you have flexibility in budgets going forward. I realize that we have to look at the money we have available in each biennium and allocate those funds and not more than that. So there's some flexibility here, but if that is an anathema to the committee, I leave you, up to you to define more clearly if that is your pleasure.
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess Division Two will work on those details. Representative Leishman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and perhaps Representative Cahill, you said this and I missed it. How did you arrive at the $60 million versus another number like the old $50 million?
Well, thank you for the question. I believe 50 million, as we've seen, is inadequate because we do have 17 projects and we can only fund 3. And the next biennium, I don't think that would improve the ratio. So I think it needs to have some more money added. I think there are other bills that ask for substantially more. I'm trying to look at what is possible and perhaps passable by asking for 60 million instead of 50.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions from the committee? Thank you, Representative Cahill.
Thank you very much.
I have a pink card from another sponsor, Representative Cloutier.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Finance Committee. For the record, I am State Representative John Cloutier from Sullivan County, District 6, which comprises the communities of Claremont and Croydon. And I'm here today as a co-sponsor and in strong support of House Bill 332 relative to school building aid. And I appreciate the prime sponsor asking me to be his co-sponsor because he and I have had conversations for years about the whole school building aid issue. And I know he's had challenges in his community, and in my community, we've had challenges too. And let me relate one of the reasons that why I'm a co-sponsor. I know one of my other Claremont colleagues is also a co-sponsor, that we had to renovate our high school some years back. And basically, if Stevens High School, which is the public high school for Claremont, did not get renovated, it could have lost its accreditation, which can cause problems for graduates and just the whole community. So the school board and the community tried to do something about it. And I remember in 2009, we tried to pass a bond. We had to get 60%. And the bond issue lost by just one vote, which at least proved a point to me when people complain, hey, make sure next time you get out and vote. If you didn't, every vote counts. It passed by one vote, and then there was a recount, and then it lost the 60% by one vote. And so if we had passed in 2009, we could have gotten some building aid, as I understand it. So the school board, in trying to win more support, because they didn't prefer to pass comfortably, they went back, downscaled, they tried to reduce some of the cost, and they did that. And then I believe it was in 2011, they came back to the voters, and we passed that bond issue that time with a comfortable margin. The problem is, a few months later, we in the legislature and then governor basically shut the window on building aid. They cut it out of the budget because we had to make massive budget cuts in order to balance the budget, and that's fine. We've got to do meet our constitutional obligation. And no one, wanted to raise any revenue. It was just after the Great Recession. And the problem is the city of Claremont, or the Claremont School District, had to bear that burden of renovating the Stevens High School totally on its own. And that's why we became the community with the highest property tax rates in the state for a while. We had to go it alone in renovating Stevens High School. And I think this bill is a start. It's part of a conversation. I know some people don't like the retroactive feature, but it's not asking for everything, but it's asking for a small piece back to help us in Claremont make sure that we have, and it is a beautiful building. I remember in 2013, after we did it, then Governor Hassan came and helped us dedicate it. I just wish she could have brought us some money, but her hands were tied. But the point, this is not a real partisan issue, because I was here. We had as a Democratic legislature and then a Republican legislature and a Democratic governor throughout had to deal with the Great Recession and the problems on the state's revenues. But I think we need to now look at this again and communities like Claremont, maybe give them a little bit of help. And granted, this bill, I think, is a modest bill. It's not going to give them everything. It's going to give them half, and it allocates just up to $5 million per fiscal year. And I think it would be helpful for communities like whether it's Newmarket or Claremont or any other communities that have faced these struggles and funded these projects within the time period of July 1st, 2009 and June 30th, 2019, which Claremont meets, as I described in my testimony. And I think, it was a $16 million project. And if we could have gotten some building aid, according to this chart that I have, I believe the state could have paid for maybe 9.6 million. But the point is that would have been very helpful to Claremont and kept our tax rate down. And I'm sure some of you hear complaint, and I hear complaints all the time from my constituents or on social media about the high property taxes. And we as a city and a school district are trying to do our part to keep costs down, but we need some help from the state. So I urge you that this committee and Division 2 to study this bill thoroughly and to give House Bill 332 a positive recommendation in some form. And I would be happy to work with the prime sponsor and Division 2 to help do that if necessary. Thank you for listening.
Questions from the committee? I have one. Now,
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
we normally had a rate based upon the tax base of the towns. Like my towns have 30% is all they could expect from the. This bill puts in 50% for everybody. Is that the intent? You want to change the ratings that we have done in the past?
As I said, I would defer more to the prime sponsor. I just want to get some help from Claremont. If there's some details that need to be fixed or make it more acceptable to everybody else on the committee, I understand sometimes some compromises, but I'd be open to that. But I think 50% is fine, but if you want to go to some other percentage, I'm willing to consider it.
Well, historically, there have been other percentages.
Okay.
So I just want
Right,
to point that out.
and you make a valid point, but I don't know. I'm not. I'm willing to consider other, some changes, but I understand your point of view as well, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I guess Division 2 can bring it up. Representative Hall for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Can you hear
Okay,
me?
Good morning. Yes, go ahead, please, Representative.
So I just want to understand the rationale for looking back retroactively versus going forward, right? You did bring it up. Decisions were made by the town of Claremont. If I understand it correctly, statewide enrollment is dropping across the state. I'm not sure about Claremont in particular, but why retroactively looking back to fund projects that are already complete versus prioritizing new projects where there might be expanding numbers of students in a school system?
Good point, Representative. And I normally am not a fan of retroactivity, but understanding the circumstances when we approved that bond in 2007, we had expected some help from the state. And I know a few months later, we in the legislature had to cut that. And I was part of that legislature. So even though I voted against the budget, I still am responsible because I was there. And I just think we need to make it up a little bit to my community and Newmarket and other communities who weren't able to get that state building aid during a very difficult economic time. So it's more a moral case. And as a result, it downshifted. It was another example of downshifting, and we became the community, had the dubious section of, and maybe it's no longer true, but of having the highest property tax rate in the state. We still have a high property tax rate, and I hear, as I said, complaints that are constantly from my constituents. So I'm making a moral case, yep.
Representative Popovici Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking the
Okay,
question,
yes, sure, go ahead,
Representative.
please.
Just a quick question, and if you don't have the answer on the spot, I would appreciate a follow-up. What is the, expected life of the, school versus the duration of the bonds that were taken to pay for the construction project? And again, I know you may not know. it off the top of
I'm
your
not
head.
sure. I know it's a much more beautiful building than it was, and I went there. So, and it's one of our great assets now of Claremont. I don't know, maybe 50 years at least. But that's just a guess. I think someone else maybe would, but at least 50 years, and I think that would hopefully last that long because the previous, it really it probably had been 50 years before we had done it. You know, it was 50 years earlier we had done. In fact, 60 years I think. In the 1960s, we did put an addition on that building. I think goes back to the 1870s, and I remember an addition was put on the early 60s, just before I started high school, but I don't remember anything. Yeah, well, major, since until that renovation occurred after the vote was occurred in 2011.
Thank you. Brief follow-up.
Follow-up?
Thank you. And the duration of the bonds, how long will the bonds last for the town?
I'm assuming at least 20 years, 30 years. I don't have the exact details, but normally, from my experience in bonding, you go at least 20 years, if not 29, 30 years, something like that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any further questions from the committee members? Seeing none.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you,
members of the
Representative
committee.
Cloutier. And we have three bills on school construction aid. So we'll be hearing from maybe some of the same people. And all these bills will be going to Division 2. Any comments from Division 2, Chair? Okay. Thank you. We also have signed in, thank you, Mickey, in favor of HB 332, Barrett M. Christina from the New Hampshire School Board Association, Jerry Frew, can't quite make the last letter out, 46 Donovan Street, Concord, New Hampshire SAA, and Zach Sheehan, 64 North Main Street, NHSFFP. All in favor, and that will go in the record. I will end that hearing on House Bill 332, and we'll be ready in 1 minute for House Bill 541. Anybody here to testify on House Bill 541, if you would fill out a pink card. Representative Wallner is the prime sponsor, and we'll be ready to hear from her. Incidentally, somewhere in my paperwork, I did find this very good handout. Some of you may also have received it. Bureau of School Safety and Facilities, and it's got a lot of the data in here, as well as some of the ones in a handout we just got. Thank you very much. Pilarski's here. I will now open the hearing on House Bill 541 FNA and call on its prime sponsor, Representative Wallner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the Finance Committee. My name is Mary Jane Wallner. I'm a state representative from Concord and a member of the Finance Committee. So the bill you have before you from that I have submitted is is basically an appropriations bill. I mean, it appropriates $100 million into building aid in the year of 24 and 25. Right now, as most of you know, we've been appropriating about $50 million. But what happens is over half of that, or close to over half of that, is used to pay debt service. So actual construction and renovation projects for our communities is really only 25 million to per year, or 50 million over the bienniums. So this just raises that for 2 years, and I do believe that there is a surplus. I think this would be a very, very good way for us to help our communities with one-time money. After this biennium, it would revert back to the 50 million per year. It's really pretty simple. It just raises the amount of building aid that we share with our communities. And I think all of us are from communities that either have had to face construction or renovation, or will in the future. A lot of our school buildings in New Hampshire are needing updating, or needing to be completely renovated and new construction put in place. So that's my testimony.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Which communities, or how would it be determined which communities would receive these funds?
Using the process that the Department of Education already has in place, this would just allow more communities to be eligible. I think, as you heard, 17 communities applied and only 3 received funding this year. This would just allow us to continue with the process that we have in place. And actually, I think the materials that the Department of Education has provided us on building aid are excellent, and I learned a lot reading through them, and also hearing the department talk about them. So they have a very good process in place. It's just they don't have enough funds to distribute.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Emmerich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. The appropriation is for 100 million, but over here we've got to spend at least 50 million. Is that I'm understanding what this is?
Yes. So if you go to the first, so if you look there, right now in law, the way the words read are not to exceed 50 million. The new words would be, it would be not less than 50 million. But in this biennium, we would appropriate 100 million in each year.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Wallner, for taking my question. I had to stop myself from calling you by your first name. Did you, in the presentation by the department, and I looked at the materials, I didn't see it, is there an amount that tells us exactly what is owed on the tail?
I think there's a chart. Well, I've been looking at this chart, and now you all have it. So this chart, you might have to do some addition yourself. But this chart, which you now have, is really very informative about how much building aid debt service we have still to pay off, and it's really limiting the amount of money that we're allowed and able to send back to our communities. And isn't that the idea? Isn't that really what it is about, to try to help our communities?
Follow up.
A follow-up. As part of this proposal, would you consider in your allocations creating an amount of funding that could pay off the bond that we owe altogether, so we no longer would have a tail?
Well, I have heard people talking about that idea. I think it's really an interesting idea, and certainly would help us not have this situation that we have, where we are allocating $50 million, but that $50 million, only half of it or less gets back to our communities. I mean, I don't think that people are really aware of that, how much this debt service is costing us. So I think it's an interesting idea, and certainly I think something Division Two will, I'm sure, entertain and talk about.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The one thing I don't see on this chart is what the interest rate is, or the effective interest rate for those bonds. Is there a way to find that out?
I'm sure the Department of Education could give you that information. I think there is somebody in the room right now from the department. I don't, off the top of my head, know that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had to step out, and so is your proposal, Representative Wallner, that we pay these bonds off faster than the decline, or is this new money to pay off the bonds faster?
Well, that is a suggestion that I have heard out there. That's not what this bill does.
Okay.
This bill appropriates additional funds each year for 2 years, but would still pay down the the bonds. There is a proposal out there. I've heard people talking about it. I haven't seen a bill that people are talking about. Let's take this one-time money that we have, these one-time funds we have, and pay down the debt service. Just pay it off. And then that will allow us to have more money available for grants to our schools.
Follow up.
Follow up.
I think you and I might have been in the same meeting. Do you recall the conversation? I had asked the question about if there was any penalty to repay these bonds before they were due, and I could have sworn I heard us being told that we really could not, because of the bonding, pay these particular bonds off faster than scheduled.
Yeah. I don't remember what the department said at that meeting, but I think, like I said, they are in the room. We could ask that question again.
Yes.
If it's a different way to look at it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Any further questions from committee member for Representative Wallner? Seeing none. Thank you, Representative Wallner.
Thank you.
I also have a card from Kathleen Murphy. Kathleen Murphy is recognized to testify on House Bill 541. Good morning. Welcome to Finance.
There you go. I've got it now. I'll start again. Thank you for the opportunity this morning for us to offer our support for House Bill 541. I'm Kathleen Murphy. I'm the Superintendent of Schools for the Concord School District. And joining me this morning is Jack Dunn, and Jack is our Business Administrator for the Concord School District. I would like to take a little bit of a different turn on my presentation this morning. The reason for that, I could probably sit here for hours and talk about the needs in our school buildings and the repairs and the updates and the need for new construction. But I'd like to ask you to be thoughtful about some comments that I have to make that I think are relevant to the work that you do every day. It's very clear, research is very clear about the criteria for which businesses and families move to a community. There are two major items for that, and that's housing and schools. So schools are really important to communities. When businesses establish themselves, for instance, in the city of Concord, as well as when we have new families arrive in our community, our schools are important. An example of this happens in Concord. We see at the hospital, we see new doctors, new staff coming to the hospital. And one of the things that they always ask us is, can we have a tour of the city? Can we see the schools? And there's a reason for that. They want to know if the school is making an investment in their community. Do they feel strongly enough to make the effort that the state, as well as the community, because it's a partnership, I know you all know that, in funding our school construction. And by visiting our schools, touring our buildings, they are able to see that commitment. And I think that's an important consideration for you as you address House Bill 541, which would increase building aid. Another example that we see in the district, I often get calls from families, and they're new to the district. They're moving from wherever. As you know, we're a pretty mobile society now. And in Concord particularly, we're really fortunate because we have folks from all over the world who join us, and they always ask to visit the schools. Why do they do that? They want to know where their children are going to be every day. They want to know what kind of building it is. Is it safe? Does it have the accommodations? Does it meet the needs of our new learners? And so we take particular time to give tours and to explain the facilities and the availability of those facilities. And by the way, don't forget, our facilities extend beyond the school day. We're not a 7 to 3 operation anymore. We are a building that our buildings in Concord in particular and other school districts that I've worked in, they're community buildings. We don't own them. They're the buildings of the people. And in thinking about that, our buildings are used for multiple reasons, for Girls and Boys Club activities, the Y. We have Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts, and needless to say, all the recreation opportunities that the youngsters have, they use our school buildings. Recently, the Department of Ed was trying to deal with a teacher shortage. And we're all faced with trying to attract the best teachers that we can for our kids every single day. And I want you to know that facilities is a factor in that recruitment and when we're marketing our schools. I want to make sure that every classroom is staffed with the best teacher I can find. And one of the things that I use is touring the facility. So when somebody has an interview, they don't just come in and we ask them a lot of questions and they leave. We give them tours of the building. And that's a significant impact on people who want to work in our buildings. They want to see what the facilities are. They want to know if the facility meets the current accommodations for all of our learners. And remember, our learners are very eclectic now. We have English language learners. We have learners that have learning challenges, and our typical youngsters, as well as lots of hands-on learning, project-based learning, outdoor education. So people coming in, especially our new hires, are looking for those kinds of resources. And so for me, it's really important to have that as part of our package. One of the things, too, that it struck me when I was thinking about what I was going to say to you today is when we bring new businesses and we bring new families into the community, that's a revenue for everyone. That's a revenue for the state, because now all of a sudden we see increases in real estate taxes. We see increases in simple things like room and meal, because we have more families, more businesses participating in our community. And I think that's a plus. So for school building aid, it isn't just about building a building and accommodating. In our case, we have a need for our middle school. We have 851 students attending that school and about 100 plus staff that are in that building every day. And so we want to make sure that we have a building that appeals to folks, but in doing so, that the families coming in offer something to the community as well as the state through increases in revenues. One of the other things that's happened with buildings, this is particularly true of a lot of communities in our state, and having been in education for quite a while, I've had an opportunity to see that. And in Concord, for instance, when they built 3 new elementary school buildings, they took buildings offline. That means those buildings were no longer going to be used as an educational facility. But that didn't end there in Concord. Now the businesses bought that building, and now those businesses are paying taxes and in the community. So that happened with several of the buildings that Concord took offline. In addition, some of the buildings are used for the community. Right now, we have the Boys and Girls Club using a facility. Head Start is using one of our older buildings. We have our Concord Community Center, a vibrant place for families to go to on a daily basis and in the evening. That building is used, and it was a former school building. So it isn't like we take these things offline, and in many cases, they bring revenue to the state. And I think that's an important aspect of what we're asking for today as we increase building aid. I'll be short, I promise. I think I said 5 minutes. You know what happens when you get a school teacher up at a microphone. And one of the things that I've really experienced over my career is the trades. I finished a project in Hampton. I think our representative from Hampton will attest to that. And it was awesome. We brought in the building trades, the plumbers, the electricians, HVAC, all of the folks. Most of the people that were contracted in that project were from New Hampshire. They were New Hampshire companies. And what better way to increase opportunities for our businesses than to have construction and make sure that people have jobs, good paying jobs. And I think that's an important aspect. Increasing building aid, and I'll try to summarize here, but increasing building aid to public schools has an impact, as I outlined, on so many fronts. And I think we've talked about jobs. We've talked about the opportunities for additional revenue. We've talked about attracting new businesses and families to our schools. Our middle school in Concord is in very poor condition. I have to tell you that we were number 4 on the list. And as you know, only the top 3 were given the funding. So we were incredibly disappointed to be number 4. But it's kind of puzzling for me to realize that only 3 schools in our entire state were eligible for building aid, especially given the years of moratorium. But I have to tell you that it does not meet the standards of an appropriate middle school for our 851 plus over 100 staff each day who attend. And so I urge you, in closing, to support 541 and increase building aid to our public schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Do you have some written testimony you could share with the clerk?
I can share this with you, yes. Do you have any, may I yield to my good business administrator for
Yes,
any
and
final
please
thoughts?
spell out your whole name so we can have it in the
Yeah,
record.
my name is Jack Dunn, Jackdunn. I'm business administrator for the Concord School District for the last 10 years. I think we support Representative Wallner's Bill 541, but I think there are some creative ways you could utilize those funds to be able to fund all 17 projects. I think the state has gone from one extreme to the other by allowing multiple building aid projects to happen and paying for 20 to 30 years over it, to now trying to fund 50-year buildings. As Representative Popovinci Miller had mentioned, what's the life of a building? That's typically what the architects tell us, 50 years, but funding a 50-year building over 2 years. So there may be a way to utilize funding in this bill to amortize that maybe over 5 years and be able to take care of 17 projects and get rid of a large backlog of projects and satisfy a lot of your constituents. Just a suggestion. And I'll be proposing to our school board a solution to do that if the state can come forward with some funding.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee. Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you both for being here. My question, if we were to appropriate the additional increase as outlined in this bill, and some of that were to go to the City of Concord School District, would the school district commit to lowering school district property taxes by an equal amount of the offset?
I'm going to answer it in 2 ways. One, the Concord School District already does that by lowering property taxes, because what it does is it equally impounds dollars from every taxpayer, whether they moved in and moved out, because we earmark 5% of our general fund budget for debt service. So when our debt service is above 5%, we pull from a stabilization fund. When we're below, we add into the stabilization fund. I wish every school district would do it, but trying to convince taxpayers to vote to do that is very hard. This will allow us to do that. I could build our school with no tax impact with this funding. And I could show others how to do it.
Follow up.
Thank you for that. Would the school district commit to lowering property taxes by the equal amount that the aid would be increased in this bill?
We'd have to look at the numbers.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know if we can't commit.
Thank you,
Representative Heath for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Have you passed your bond yet for the school?
Well, you understand that Concord is autonomous and the board
Yes,
makes that decision. And the board has voted unanimously to move forward with a building project for the city to look at the middle school.
Great, thank you.
Further questions from the committee? I have one. Then you're next. When you took these 3 schools offline, you said you sold one or sold 2?
We sold and gave away multiple buildings. First, Walker School, which was now Binney Media, was not on the tax rolls, now on the property tax rolls. The old Rumford School off Thorndike, off the tax rolls, now onto the tax rolls, sold to a private investor who made it a community school. The old Dame School, which is up off of Canterbury, was given to the city for $1, even though there are 2 separate school districts in the city. And they turned that into a community center for the city of Concord. And the Eastman School, which is up on Shawmont, is being rented to Boys and Girls Club and Head Start.
When you sell a building,
Yeah.
what do you do with that money?
That money goes into our stabilization fund to offset any impact from school building or projects, capital projects.
So it could be used to improve another building or to build another building.
And we've done it.
Thank you. Further questions? Representative Popovici Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking the questions. Just have a question in terms of looking at the long-term picture. With the state school building aid, is it meant to bring money into Concord from other communities in the state or just to help you flatten the fluctuations in the property tax rate due to the impact of the bonds used to pay for school construction? Obviously, you already described that you have the stabilization fund, but that may not catch everything. So I'm trying to understand your intent when looking for school aid in those terms.
It's both.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Further questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you both for your testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a few minutes left. Is there someone here from the Department of Education that could answer questions that have arisen? Here comes Caitlin, and she will tell me her title now. Director Caitlin Davis.
Good morning. That is correct. Caitlin Davis for the Department of Education. I do want to just let the committee know. Yes. I do want to just let the committee know that the Department of Education does plan to do a presentation tomorrow relative to Division 2, specifically on a lot of these topics. You do have a handout in front of you that has some of this information, but we will be here tomorrow. Amy Clark, who is our engineer who oversees the school facility program, will be here too to talk about many of these topics in much more depth than I am capable of providing you. A few questions, though, that I have heard that I can answer is that how much is remaining on the existing bonds across the state for the tail? So it's $136 million. That $136 million right now does include fiscal year 23, which I believe is about 25 million. So whatever, 111 million essentially for 24 and each year thereafter. We cannot pay off the existing bonds. The Department of Education has had conversations with the New Hampshire Bond Bank relative to the existing bonds. But I do want to clarify, I know there was a question about the interest rate on the bond. It is a series of bonds that local municipalities have taken out over a period of time to pay for building projects. And the Department of Education, under the old building aid program, used to give communities a percentage of the total bond over the course of 20 years. We don't do that anymore. The program has changed where we pay a portion up front and then nothing over the life of the bond. But so all of those existing bonds and the existing tail are local community bonds, which might have varying interest rates and varying different time periods of payoff. So
I'm glad you brought that point up. I think people don't understand the complications. There could be dozens of separate bonds that are being paid off. That's why the tail is slowly diminishing. We might pay off 1 or 4 bonds one year and have a bunch left the next year. So it's very complicated.
That is completely correct.
Glad you brought that. Questions for the committee for the director? Representative Mooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ms. Davis. Good to see you again. In terms of eligibility to apply for school building aid, I happen to know that public charter schools are not invited to apply for such aid because I have a bill that will include them, that will be heard this year at some point. Are there any other public schools excluded from applying for school building aid?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right, Representative Edwards.
To follow up on Representative Mooney's question, I've been told that public academies such as Pinkerton are excluded from applying from school aid, and so if you could just double check that, I'd appreciate that.
I will do that for tomorrow.
Representative McGuire for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. It's been 10 years since I was a member of Division 2, so I don't remember these answers. I'm sure I knew it at one time. We've heard that there are 17 that applied and 3 that have received funding. How does that work? Is it just first come, first served? Does certain ones get to the top of the list and so on?
And since you were on Division 2, the program has actually changed drastically. So even if you could remember it, it would be irrelevant. So the program now works is every other year, the Department of Education accepts applications from school districts relative to school building aid. School districts have to submit a letter of intent to the Department of Education on January 1st of every year and a completed application by July 1st of the same year. The Department of Education then uses a set of ranking rules, a scoring criteria that is in rules to rank the projects based on the information provided in the application. There's also site visits that are required as part of the process, and there's a team of individuals at the Department of Education, including 2 engineers that have done this work. The Department of Education then takes its ranked list and presents it to the School Building Authority, and the School Building Authority then takes the department's ranked list and gives it to the State Board of Education. The State Board of Education approves the final list and publishes the list by January of the following year. The Department of Education then will present that list as part of its budget. So right now we have that list that was approved in the month of November by the State Board of Education. They met their deadlines, and we will be presenting that as part of our budget to show you those schools that potentially could receive funding. So I do want to clarify a point from the committee when we're talking about 3 schools have received funding. To date, no schools have received funding. The Department of Education has a list of 17 applications that we received as of July 1st, completed applications. I should clarify that. We have ranked that, and we look at then the list, and we say these are who is going to receive money, and I believe that is in your packet, and how much funding that they are eligible for and how much money the project is in total. Then the department will wait to see how much money is appropriated in our budget in HB1 and potentially HB2. There was some funding provided in HB2 last year. And we will go down the ranked list and let schools know that we have funding that's available to them. The school has then a time period to pass a bond locally, and if they do pass the bond locally, then they will receive funding. If they are unable to pass a bond, we then will fund the next project down on the list. So right now, the department is estimating that with the amount of money that we will have available to us, assuming that we first pay the existing tail of about $25 million, and then any additional debt service the state has on existing bonds, that we will have essentially another $30 or $40 million available to us over the course of the biennium, then we will then go and offer to schools. So we believe right now, and that's with the existing law with the cap of $50 million. So then we assume that we will have enough funding, likely, if the legislature were to fund that full $50 million, at least the first 3 projects on the list. The 4th list on the list is Concord, and Concord would receive, they would receive some funding, but we would not have any funding to provide funding for their full project amount, meaning the others on the community would maybe not receive funding, or on the list would not receive funding. Now, of course, if the first 4 on the list, for example, don't pass their bonds, then we might fund 4 through 8 or whatever the order of them passing their bonds are.
Can I follow up? Yes, thank you. So, assuming that it goes the way you described, that the first 3 get funded and Concord gets partially funded, the next year, does Concord become number 1, or new ones come in and the Concord would have to reapply and all the other 13 would have to reapply? How does that work?
That is a good question for Amy Clark tomorrow.
Okay. I hope there's no further, J.R. Hull. We're coming up on 11 o'clock, and I don't want to keep Representative Ladd waiting because I know he's got 100 bills to go work on. Representative Hull for a question.
Sure, thank you. 2 quick questions. One, is there a reason, and maybe historically there is, that they fund fully the top applicants and don't distribute it amongst the balance of the applicants?
That is the way the program is designed.
Okay. And then follow up?
Follow up.
Close to the mic, please.
Follow up. When this bill was presented, it was talking about $100 million worth of excess that was available now going in. The bill looks like it is going to appropriate almost $200,000 between the 2 years separately. Is that correct?
I am not sure.
Okay.
Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, we will close this hearing on House Bill 541. Thank you, Director Davis. And we will open the hearing on House Bill 546, and I see Representative Ladd is here to present. And after closing 541, I will read the list of people who have signed in favor. Representative John Cloutier, Senator Whitley from Hopkinton, Barrett M. Christina from the New Hampshire School Board Associations, Jerry Frew from New Hampshire SAA, Jack Sheehan from NHSFP, Kathleen Murphy, Superintendent of SAU number 8. Thank you. Representative Ladd, you're recognized to testify.
Thank you very much, Representative Weiler. It's a pleasure being here with Finance, as always.
Happy to have you.
Yeah. I have passed out a pack of materials. I hope everybody has one in front of you because I'm going to just take you through this very quickly. Okay, it looks like everybody has a copy now. There are a few extras here. Just to make sure you got the same materials I have in front of you. The first page is a page that I put together. The second page is from the Bureau of School Safety and Facilities from Amy Clark, and it shows you the history of where we've been with school building aid, including the dates in which we had the moratorium, and subsequently how many building applications have been approved since the moratorium. It's interesting to look on that we've had the number of applications funded. You can add them up. It comes to 6 since we've had this moratorium. 6 building projects have been approved, one of which was an emergency. I'll get into that a little later. The second sheet is based upon our formula, shows you the percentage that we as a state are obligated to help if one of these districts receives school building aid. It's interesting to note it's anywhere from 30% to 60%, and this is one area in our law where we really do have fiscal capacity or fiscal aid, disparity aid, due to the poverty level in a community. It's important to keep that in mind. Let's see. The next sheet down or you skip a page because it's just the second half alphabetical order. The next one shows you where we are with our obligation on our debt here. And you can see that by the year 2041, we're done with it. However, we have an obligated debt that we're paying off as we go through in the previous last several years, including this year. I'll get into specifics, but if we allocate over the biennium of $100 million for the biennium, both years, 50 million of that goes off to pay debt. So we're trying to take the remaining $50 million and use that for new construction or renovation projects that have been accepted and gone through the process. And the process is a very extensive process, which starts with the department organizing and rating and putting them in some kind of a sequential schedule as far from highest to the least. And then it goes on to the school building authority, then the state board for approval. The last sheets, and please excuse my handwriting on the side on it. What I was looking at is equalized property valuation rates, et cetera, for each of these communities. We have 17 projects to put in for this biennium that we're looking at, of which I heard you talking when I came in the room that there's a potential we might be able to fund 3 of those of the 17. So let's go back to the front sheet here and look at what I put on there, a little chart there. What my bill does right here is we're trying to guarantee that we will have $50 million for construction, new construction, and renovation on top of what we have to pay off as our debt. And that little chart there, that table, kind of shows you what the debt would be for FY 27, $18.2 million. And so we'd have to allocate a total in the budget of 68.2 if we're going to have the $50 million on top. Why we need this renovation and new construction projects? Back when we developed the various schedules, I'll go back to about 2009, 8, 9, on the delivery of an opportunity for an adequate education. We did not include school facilities as part of the leg of what an opportunity for an adequate education is, seeing that we had another funding formula in place to provide for building construction. So you won't see building aid as a part of our adequacy formula itself, but it is very closely tied to academic achievement, very closely tied to academic achievement. We have renovation and new projects, a need for it because of unsafe conditions, compliance with the IDEA, overcrowding and associated influences on our curriculum and instruction. Yes, we have some districts are declining in our demographics. We know that our population, when I started out here in the House, and Representative Weiler, you're way before me here. I was on city council in Homer, Alaska when you were sitting here doing your thing here. But when I came in on 2008 and up to this point in time, the population of our state was around 210,000+ kids statewide. Now we're down to 160, some people 161, 164,000. We have lost a significant number of students. However, that's not true to every situation in this state. There are places where they're maintaining. There's also some school districts which are growing in demographics. So that's something we have to look at in terms of overcrowding and associated influences on our instructional spaces. And when we talk about that, we're talking about conferencing, we're talking about classroom spaces, we're talking special education, we're talking about library, media center, gym, cafeteria, all that. I mentioned a bit about this is the only area in law which we really do provide fiscal capacity based upon measurable criteria, the percentage of kids eligible for free and reduced. We're looking at poverty. We also need to have projects going forward to remediate or remedy imminent danger. And we have some situations. One of those 6 projects which we've approved recently was a result of that. It was one in my home community of Haverhill, where we had our school population, as I spoke with Representative Weiler earlier this morning in the hall downstairs. We had kids for special education. We're in an old house beside the school district, and the top floor was condemned by the fire marshal as having mold and not meeting fire code conditions. We also had another building where we had housed part of our vocational then, but it was also part of our sciences program. We had asbestos in the ceiling and hanging out. We had one bathroom in this facility, which is many times the size of this. One bathroom in that facility that was only for, it was in the staff member's office. So what we did with that grant, we brought all this back in, and of course, and Representative Hill is the chair of the school building, whatever your committee's called, right? But they came up and saw this. We did have issues, so now we've tied it all together through that grant. So we have education going on in one place where special ed kids don't have to walk across a parking lot to mainstream and get involved with other aspects of our programming, and much more in terms of security. We did not have good security in that whole complex. One of the things we look at why we need it, because there are projects that will contribute to the operational costs, efficiencies. We can bring kids from 3 buildings into 2 buildings and save in labor costs. We can save on operational costs, costs of fuel, etc., by moving them into one over a period of time. And that's something we need to be looking at, seeing that in many of these older facilities, which we have, and if you go down to the bottom here, just below the chart, you'll see 50% of school buildings in New Hampshire are over 60 years old. They have the old heating systems that are just, you could with tubes in it, you could probably heat the Queen Mary on it. You have ventilation systems in classrooms that bang and clank, and elementary classroom teachers are putting the mittens and the hats and the gloves of wet gloves that come in from the recess yard, and they're stinking the rooms up. And we have to keep changing filters within those old machines. It's not the type of air quality control we would like to have, seeing that our science and our medical people say this is not right. We need to cure and fix some of that. 6% of these buildings were built prior to 1900. Now we're talking about well over 123 years old, some of these buildings. 7 schools are over 69 years old and not had a major renovation in the last 50 years. 196 schools, 60% of our schools, originally built prior to 50 years ago. Backloaded building aid projects. In FY10, FY19, there's a backlog, and as a result of this moratorium, we had one other school that we just recently gave a grant to up in Rumney, New Hampshire. They could not get a parent who's in a wheelchair into the building because the building was up 4 steps. We couldn't put any of in the second floor. We couldn't put handicapped students in the second floor. There was no elevator. There was no way up to it. So the space in that building was very limited and created a lot of difficulties for that particular community. Since then, they have an excellent principal up there, and John Ann's done a fantastic job. And we have had a project paid by us in the state. We contributed to it, and it's helped that school tremendously. How does the education facility impact learning? I believe it really is a part of adequacy. If you don't have the chemistry labs, if you don't have the sciences that are necessary, you're not going to be able to compete against the schools that have all this in place. We need to really think about where we're going with school building aid, and the $50 million we've been providing, which includes our debt, has just not been cutting it. The difference in achievement scores in a student that's in a old building versus one that's new and shiny and has all the bells and whistles, 17 percentile points difference. That can be as high as that. Normally it's a little less than that, but it can be between 5 and 10 percentile points. But achievement is different as we go around. I know some may question that, but this is a fact. There's lots of research behind that. We have new needs in our schools. Nursing programs are growing by leaps and bounds. We have some folks that have nurses hidden away underneath the stairs. We have nurses stations that don't have bathrooms in. We have nurses rooms that don't have showers in it. We have kids that are now living in vehicles. We need to do something about providing those services, the adequacy of space that's necessary to do this. And these districts which have the need for fiscal capacity cannot do it. They're taxed to the hilt already. They need to have the state getting into this with their 60%. You notice that the schools that have been approved that tentatively are on the list, the 3 schools, Rochester, Colebrook, Monadnock, where they're looking at elementary schools, 60%, 60%, 55%. These are schools that really need that. The next one down is a Concord, which also needs it, but they're at a 30% level, I believe. When we're looking at Colebrook, you're looking at a school right now that's shipping their CTE students across the river to Canaan, Vermont. That program has not been improved. They're recognizing it. Colebrook had to close the old academy building, seeing that it was just not fit for what we were using. Now they have their high school kids in that middle school, a school that's designed for elementary education. They are on the list to receive funds to renovate that building and make it appropriate. We have other situations just like this in this state, but Amy Clark is having to go through carefully and try to prioritize these, rank order them. There's folks on this rank order. And yes, the question was asked, if they're on this list right now, are they automatically going to be on the list in future years? No, they're not. We might have something come in that has a higher rank in terms of safety, health, etc., fire marshal stuff, that has to go on top. So I'll conclude my presentation. I'm sorry to take so much time up, but here's a quote on the bottom of this sheet. The success of our whole system depends as much on a thorough reform in the construction and care of schoolhouses as upon any other single circumstance whatever that was presented to this House, this body, in 1847 by the Commissioner of Common Schools. Folks, things haven't changed. We've done a lot to improve, and yes, we have a lot of things happening in our state where some schools have space to utilize, but we have other situations that are just old. Just because we have space doesn't mean that building is usable. So thank you very much for your time, and I'll take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Representative Ladd. Questions from the committee? Representative Papavici Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Ladd, for taking the question.
Yes.
Just a really quick question. I was looking at the other change in the bill that you are proposing, that the building aid shall be non-lapsing and continually appropriated. It does look to me that removing the ability to lapse funds if they are not needed in a future budget may encourage, may limit the flexibility of future legislatures and potentially encourage spending beyond what is needed. Could you explain the intent behind that language?
We have some other funds which are non-lapsing funds as well. I also chair the Commission for Public School Infrastructure. That's a commission that we're looking at. I see Representative Heath, she's on that commission. And we have been looking at access, communications, security in all different dimensions for the schools in the state, in which we've allocated out over the last several years. The first go around, it was $28.5 million. Now we had access money or leftover money that we didn't use that came back from some of these grants which we had given to school districts, but they got the cost to come in less. So there's a $1.3 million left over. We took the other $2 million, which was allocated for the infrastructure funds last year, school buses. I don't know if you remember that in HB2, and we combined it 3.3, and now we've used that this year for security in our schools as well. It's non-lapsing money. It goes back into the till for that purpose. I don't think that, personally, there won't be a whole lot of non-lapsing money in this account, seeing it's all going to be used. If you're the last school and there's money left over, it goes to the next one on the list. They have to make the decision there where they're going to take half the money or they're going to wait and throw the dice to see if they can get a full funding in a later year. So I'm going to leave how finances are handled to this group right here. I'm coming forward, and as Representative Weiler and I've talked often, I'll do the policy stuff. I'll inform you that we're in a world of hurt in terms of school buildings. I'm asking the Finance Committee here to address that and recognize that and help us in this fix.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as I'm listening to this, I've been thinking about how the state funding may be viewed by the local community. In the Auburn Village School, we went ahead and decided that our renovation was so important, we did it anyways, anticipating no state support to speak of. And so it makes me wonder when you say that there's a roll of the dice on whether they might take half the money in the hopes that they could get all of it the next year. Isn't there a logical argument for taking the adequacy formula, because you mentioned that this is kind of part of adequacy, taking that adequacy formula and putting some amount of money in building aid for all the schools so that we're empowering the local communities so they know what kind of building aid support they can anticipate, and then instead of gaming the state budget, they can focus on what they need. Could you?
Representative Edwards, you're on course. And what we're looking at, there's another bill which we have in education, which is looking at from A to Z, the whole application process. The timeline for this is awful right now. If we have to have these applications in by July 1, and then by January 15th, after going through all the hoops of the School Building Authority, the DOE, the School Building Authority, the State Board of Education, they have to come out and say, Mr. District, you are being awarded a grant on January 15th. That gives us less than 6 months to go through and scrutinize all these applications, for Amy to put everything in a rank order, to get out on site and see what we've got out there, to better understand. And the letter of intent and going back with the whole process with your schematic design, which is part of the costs of the school district, will have to start at least 18 months earlier. Now, in looking at where the money for these projects comes from, that's a good question. Does it come out of the Education Trust Fund? Do we do something, set it up like that? There's been discussion of that, I know, even within DOE. I think where you are is there has to be a source for this. It's one thing we got to understand. This is not part of adequacy. This is not part of adequacy. I say it should be, but it's not. It's we have instruction, we have curriculum, we have assessment. The fourth leg, I think, is really, do you have a building? If you don't have a building, you might be able to do it online, but that's not eyeball to eyeball instruction, and you don't have the labs, the facilities, etc. So I think that where the money comes from is something that finance needs to look at. I don't, and Ways and Means, I don't have a handle on all that. You guys do.
Follow up?
Okay, so based on your last comment, I don't think we should anticipate next year or this year seeing a proposed bill to shift building aid into part of the adequacy formula instead of this method.
Correct.
But we agree, I think, that this method creates a lot of wasted motion of having localities come to the state only to be turned away because there's no room in our inn. So just to make sure I understand your testimony, you think it might be preferable to put the school building aid as part of an adequacy formula so that we get the state less involved in local building decisions?
I don't know quite how to answer that. When we were pretty much funding every project that came down the road, when I came in here, we had $540 million of debt that we have obligated ourselves. We are borrowing from our Visa card using our MasterCard. It was that type of a game. We were so far underneath, we went through this moratorium. To say now that we're going to lock some of this inadequacy, I think the source has to be established. But we also have to recognize we have buildings out there that need help. And how we do that, where the source comes from, I don't have. We had a commission looking at funding. I didn't vote in favor of that. It was a 16-1 vote. I was on the opposite side. But we were all together in terms of where we were with school building aid. I think because when we initially got there, it was separate from adequacy. I think it's wise to stay separate of adequacy, but for us also to recognize that we do have something in it as a state. The town local has a commitment. They have to have some ownership in this project too. No ownership, there's not going to be what we want as far as understanding where those dollars are coming from and care of the facilities, maintenance of the facilities. There's a lot to be done on this, Representative Edwards, and we've kicked the can down long enough on this. We need some money out there to help these schools now. Now, I understand we're not going to be able to change things for the 2 years you're talking about in the budget right now, but we need to get this squared away for the following biennium.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Emmerich for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Ladd, were you here in the testimony where the business manager from the Concord School System was here? Oh, you were
I
not?
don't think I was here for that one.
Okay, well, he made a comment that said we ought to think about how we support the communities, because he said our formula seems that we take a 50-year school and pay our portion in 2 years. And so I think what he was referencing, kind of backhandedly, was maybe we ought to look at how we do this. Instead of tinkering with it, we ought to say, here's a better way to do it, where we basically partner with the community and fund over 20 years our portion as they are paying theirs over 20 years, or something like that. I'm not trying to get a conclusion, but is it better to have a strategic discussion on this rather than all the tinkering around trying to fix what doesn't seem to be working?
This discussion needs to be strategic in nature. When we initially had the old formula, we did not provide the school district, the community, the 80% up front, and upon completion, the 20% of our portion, the state aid, the 30 to 60%. That saved on a lot of interest on the principle that the district was, having to take out when we funded it over a period of 20 years. So that is one small component that we have to be looking at in a strategic plan. How are we going to do this? And we need to have involvement from both the local and the state. However, I want to remind all again that there are some districts that just don't have the capacity, the fiscal capacity, when you look at their economic status and situation, to provide what we are putting out, that you will be teaching this, this, and this. And yet it comes down to, it's almost like an unfunded mandate. We're telling them to do this, but we're not going to provide you the facility to do it in.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Emmerich for a question.
He just asked a question to me.
I have a question. Do you know on the criteria for how they put people in the queue to get the money, do they use the fact that they may be growing in population? Do they use the fact that they may not have spent any money on maintenance, let the building deteriorate, and then come to us crying, you need to give me a new building? Everybody should be maintaining their building.
That is criteria. And for example, we had some buildings, for example, there was a building even in my town where the middle school was built in the early 1990s. They had 2 stories here, and they were venting out of the art room, up the kiln, up the side of the wall, into the attic, and about 15 years later, the roof is gone. And you know why. All that moisture was up there and it was eating out. There was no maintenance being done. We now since have, if any kind of a building project, the clerk of the works of that particular project by state mandate now has to be a qualified engineer and bonded, or like an engineer, an architect. It can't be your head custodian who is good at the job but not an engineer and is guessing what's behind that wall, whether it's asbestos behind the wall or just air. There's a lot to this. We do have a requirement that if they bail out of this building from using state aid in 20 years, they got to pay it back to us. That's in state law. There's a number of things which we have upgraded to our statutory language since we initially made these changes. And we made these changes working with the state of Maine. They had a program. My old athletic director back in Maine was the Commissioner of Education, Duke Albany's, and was there when they put in the building aid program there. We echoed a lot of that, so we improved it, but we're not where we need to be with building aid at this time.
Anything further from the committee? Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking at the notes that you turned in, right, going down by facilities, the list of applications. In particular, I'm looking at 4, which is Concord, and 5, which is Litchfield, both of which are building new middle schools. Concord's building a new middle school for approximately 900 people. Litchfield's building a school for approximately 400 based on the current enrollment. The disparity between 176 million and 32 million is huge. Is there any explanation how we allow for such disparity between the amount spent per student on building aid?
You can see on the right-hand side there, I put some numbers down there for you. I did this back a while myself. For example, if you're looking at Concord, you see 25.12. That's their equalized assessed value based on the assessed properties. The 22.72 is their equalized valuation per pupil, or equalized valuation, excuse me. And so you see those differences. You have, go ahead.
Follow
Further,
up.
Representative
So I
Hall.
guess my question is not per student necessarily,
Yeah.
but the cost for the structure is, the difference is huge. We have a school proposed by Litchfield that's going to house 400 students based on their current enrollment, and they're asking for a $32 million project. And we have Concord's asking for a school roughly twice that size, and they're asking for a $176 million project. And
That's
both
a-
for middle school, and that seems, a 5-to-1 ratio seems out of whack for the
Yeah,
difference.
Representative Hall, I remember you on our education committee years ago. I think that's a question that's best asked for Amy Clark. Unfortunately, is not here this week, and she could be here answering that particular question right now. And I think that if you have a work session on this one in Division 2, it might be, I'd grab Amy and bring her in. She is an engineer, and she's been working on this, and she's been to all these schools. Unfortunately, we didn't pass the bill last year where we had $3.3 million, and we were going to go around and visit all the schools in this state with engineers and architect and an education policy. So when we had our report, we knew what we were dealing with out there in the schools. Right now, what we're basing a lot of what we have to do, it's based upon what the district's providing us. We have not gone and done the evaluation, used the same criteria for every school. So there's a lot we have to do in terms of cleaning up our whole policy on this. So I look to you to help us do that.
Thank you for your testimony. Any further from the committee members? Thank you,
Thank you
Chairman
very
Ladd.
much, Representative Weiler and committee.
And we'll next call on Representative McGuire to testify.
You didn't include my position.
A member of the Finance Committee.
No, that's
the
not what I
Vice
meant.
Chair of Division.
No. My position on these bills. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Dan McGuire, and I represent Epsom. I'm opposed to these bills, and I wanted to talk in the public hearing because everyone we've heard so far is in favor of school building aid. And I think school building aid is a poor public policy for reasons somewhat that Representative Edwards was touching on in his comments. But in general, any kind of policy that moves public funds from one group of taxpayers to another hasn't really accomplished anything, right, for the taxpayers. Maybe the handful of school districts that are getting funds are a little bit happier, but the other taxpayers where the funds are coming from are a little bit unhappier, maybe to the same extent. The problem is that school building aid encourages higher taxes, not lower. All right. So as we all remember from Governor Thompson, low taxes are the result of low spending. The problem is school building aid encourages higher spending. Why? Because on the district that's getting aided, we are saying to them, if you get aid, you can have a $30 million school, but it'll only cost you $20 million. So the people voting for that school think to themselves, well, is it worth it to me to get a $30 million school when I only cost me 20? As opposed to, is it, if I want a $30 million school and it costs me $30 million, then making that decision correctly, right? But when you say to someone, I'll give you a discount on that school, the general result is going to be more school building than would naturally occur, right? So we're encouraging higher spending here on schools than would otherwise occur. And higher spending results in higher taxes, right? So there's must be a better way to help property taxpayers and help school districts and so on than this way, which gives us higher spending. And I would say the right way to help those districts is what this committee did 2 years ago when they reduced the statewide property tax by $100 million, right? Because we had extra money from taxpayers in general, and we wanted to have lower property taxes, so we lowered property taxes very straightforwardly. But in doing so, we didn't encourage higher spending. We didn't throw off the economics of how government works, right? So this in general is not a good policy, and it's not something we should be putting more money into. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative McGuire. Any questions? Representative Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I know you've been looking at this for a very long time. I guess I'm just looking for first principles. As a first principle, should the state be supporting building aid, or should the communities be accumulating the building aid in their own resources? Is there a role for the state in revenue sharing?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So I would say in general, a bad public policy is something we do all the time, and that is transfer money from one level of government to another where the receiving entity is making all the decisions, right? So similarly, I mean, this is why the federal government is in such trouble, right? They pay us half the amount of money we spend on Medicaid, and so we make the decisions, do we have Medicaid or not, based on the fact that it only costs us 50% of what we get to spend. Well, the net result for the taxpayers is we're spending a lot of money, more than we would do otherwise if Medicaid was entirely our own program. So in general, I think that levels of government should tax and spend on their own and not transfer money in this way. Now, you know, in some sense, we're ordered by the court, et cetera, to transfer money, and I would agree with Representative Ladd that an expense of schools is the school itself, right? And so if we're doing adequacy, there's no reason why some fraction of that, like rent, could be part of that equation. But in general, I don't. If you make as a condition to receiving the check that you spend, right? If you spend this, I send you the check. Then that encourages more spending. If you say, I send you the check based on some other condition, whether you spend or not, right, then you'll spend adequately.
Follow up.
Okay, so what I think I heard you say is that, yes, probably the state has some responsibility to assist the local communities with school building aid or rent, as you put it, but that the magic is in how we do it, so that we reduce the game playing that's taking place and the false incentives that may occur as a result. But in general, yes, the state does have a responsibility.
All right. Let me try to be more specific. So if you buy the argument that we're all in this together and somehow wealthier communities and wealthier individuals should help out poorer ones, therefore the state has to have a role, right? If that's what you're asking, right? So the state, that's where the state role comes from. It's shifting money from able taxpayers to disabled ones or whatever. But I don't think it should be a big role, and I don't think that again it should be based on if I spend more, I get more, right? Like that. It should be you exist, therefore you get something.
Thank you, Representative McGuire. Any further questions? For Representative Leishman.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking my question. So where is the proof if we spend more, we get more?
Oh, thank you for the,
Yeah,
all right.
thanks.
So I'll give you an example of the town next to mine. They decided to build a $30 million school, and they were told you only have to pay 20, right? So and they decided to do it. The point is, what if they were told if you want this $30 million school, you have to pay 30? Their decision would be different. Maybe it would, maybe it wouldn't, right? But their decision would be based on their own true economics, right? I mean, if you're offered a car for 2/3 of the normal price, you're more likely to buy it. You won't necessarily buy it, right? But you're more likely to.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none. Thank you, Representative McGuire.
Thank you.
I have a final pink sheet from Representative Cahill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I rise really because of the previous speaker, and I want to tell you that we've done that. We've done that. We told the communities we're not going to pay. We won't even accept the applications. And yes, some of them did it because they had to. Like they were going to lose their accreditation, they had fire and safety, or they really just saw that they needed to do it. And the share, the building age share runs basically from 30% up to as high as 60% in some cases where the economic need justifies it. So we're not really incentivizing people to overdo it. And it's very much a struggle. Even when we had building aid in Newmarket, I believe we ran it different approaches by like 3 or 4 times, and each of them failed because it's not like people in New Hampshire are trying to spend money. We know it's differently in our communities. We're very property tax sensitive. So to say that, if the building aid program is an incentive to spend more money, it's not true. It's just false. We're trying to provide an adequate education and an adequate facility, and we need the state to act as the partner that it did for decades. Thank you.
Any questions for Representative Cahill? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Anyone else here who wishes to testify on school building aid? Seeing none, we will read the list of supporters for House Bill 546. Representative John Cloutier, Barrett M. Christina from the New Hampshire School Boards Association, Representative Greg Hill from New Hampshire School Building Authority, Zach Sheehan from New Hampshire School Funding Fairness, and Jerry Frew, I can read the name that time, from New Hampshire School Administrators. Thank you all for your input. We will now go into recess, returning at 1 o'clock to have another set of bills, starting with House Bill 207 at 1 o'clock. Thank you. have a hearing on House Bill 207 relative to school district. Get the right bill here. Relative to school district unanticipated funds. And let's see if we have any of the sponsors here. Representative Platt is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for hearing my testimony. I introduced this bill at the request of SAU 19. Scott Gross, the business administrator, is behind me, and he'll get into the detail, as will Laura Taylor, who's the assistant business administrator. I did get asked by them to introduce this bill. The general concept is to cut costs and time because $20,000, the school board has to set up a separate meeting to accept unanticipated revenues as opposed to doing it in the school board itself, which is public. But it's just the cost and time of setting that up. And so if you raise the threshold from 5,000 or 20,000, it will cut the number of times they do that. They'll provide all of the detail behind that, but that's the general concept. And I've got to go back to my own committee. So a question or two would be fine, but I've got to go back. I'm clerk there, so they're missing me.
Thank you, Representative Platt. Any questions from the committee? Pretty straightforward bill. Thank you for your testimony. And we will next hear from Scott Gross and Laura Taylor. Welcome to Finance.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My voice usually carries pretty well. So, and rest of the committee, again, I agree with you. I think this is more of a housekeeping type bill. It hasn't been, I guess, amended in about 17 or 18 years. And basically, we found ourselves over the last couple of years holding a lot of these public hearings to accept donations of funds over $5,000. And Laura Taylor, who is the assistant business administrator, said, Scott, you got to do something about this. So I dragged her here today as well. Generally speaking, the ads, to put it into a newspaper, about $150 on average, sometimes a little less, sometimes a little bit more. But it adds just yet another layer of administrative effort that's needed and the cost. So Laura can talk to the cost in a minute. Another issue that has come up, and it's the weather. So I'm holding a public hearing tomorrow. We're supposed to accept a donation from a PTA in excess of $5,000. So we're holding the public hearing. Well, due to the weather tomorrow night, we've now canceled that meeting and the public hearing. So now we have to have it on Thursday. I can't do it because I have to have 7 days notice in order to accept those funds. So now I have to schedule it for probably another 2 or 3, another meeting out. So it's those types of things. Again, it just needs a little bit of updating on those funds. Laura can speak to what we spend typically in a given year in each of our school districts.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee? Seeing none?
I'll ask it.
You have, oh, wait, sorry, Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So is this $20,000 per incident, per item?
Yes, it would be per item. And the other thing I should also mention is that the level of transparency, which I think most of us pride ourselves in New Hampshire, is our level of governmental transparency. This still goes on our school board agendas, or in the case of a municipality, a select board or a town council, this would still go on their agendas. So the public is still duly warned. We put the agendas, everyone puts these agendas on the website. They're given in advance. So there is no lack of transparency. It's not like a school district or a municipality would be doing anything, nefarious or anything. It's just a matter of making it a little bit easier to do these jobs and to streamline it.
Follow up? Thank you. How many did you have in the past year, and what was the total amount?
Yeah, Laura is going to speak to that.
In FY22, Goffstown School District spent $1,835 on advertisements for public hearings. We had, I would say, 2 or 3 public hearings that were under the $20,000 threshold. I don't believe that any members of the public came to those public hearings, and all donations were voted in and accepted by our school boards.
Any follow-up? Further questions? Representative Popovich Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking the questions. It has been our practice. I was on the school board in Wyndham in the past, and we didn't have a separate meeting for the public hearing. We just had it, a special, we dedicated a part of the school board meeting, so those were not additional costs. But do you find the notice requirements, which are indeed separate, such a significant burden?
So I'm glad that you brought that up. I would say that almost all the time we are holding that public hearing right before our traditional school board meeting. The notice requirements have to be exact. So if you mess up in that notice requirement, someone could question it. So if your date is off or if your time was off, you have to then do it again. So it's not just about putting it in the newspaper. You have to proofread the legal notice, say from the union leader. If there is a typo or something is wrong, you could be called into question. So it's all those layers. So I think, from my perspective, you're just adding more administrative, burden. And again, someone had set the $5,000 threshold way back 18 years ago. And I just think it's one of these bills that occasionally a bill needs some housekeeping and you need to refresh it based upon current dollars. I think this is one of those bills.
Thank you.
Representative Hacken Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just thank you so much for taking my question, but in the line of the same thought train, if $5,000 was the limit 17 years ago, just curious if there are any mathematicians that have punched, the numbers in terms of what would that be according, to inflation numbers today? And is that $20,000 new threshold something that correlates with that inflation change, or is this substantially larger threshold, in today's money that would suddenly perhaps create a greater need for public notification and participation, one that would maybe not have been triggered at the smaller $5,000 range?
I will say that I did not go back 18 years ago and do the compound interest equation. I was simply looking at it from the perspective of, what would be more or less an amount that would, offer that level of a higher type threshold. That number, in my opinion, is probably 20 or 25,000, but that's just my opinion. In looking at just the last year or two with inflation being over 8%, I just think we are seeing so many more of these where local PTAs, booster clubs, you name it, want to donate, and it just needs to keep up with the times.
Further questions? Representative Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it's good to see you both. In terms of expending those dollars, you also need to raise your spending authority. So how would that work?
In Goffstown and New Boston, they have accepted this statute. So the statute was voted on by the communities of Goffstown and New Boston. And I would say a very high percentage of communities in the state of New Hampshire have been accepted the statute, which allows them to accept and expend these types of funds. But the requirement is, if you read the statute, that you have to hold that public hearing as part of that process. So not all school districts and communities have accepted it, but the vast majority of them have. So in that particular case, it then increases our spending authority.
All right, thank you.
Any further questions from the committee? Ms., you wanted to add something?
I do, thank you. As a follow-up to Representative Hacken Phillips, I just wanted to mention the $20,000 threshold that we are proposing. I believe, as the main person that handles our financial audits for Goffstown, New Boston, and the SAU 19, we believe $20,000 has a level of materiality for all school districts in the state. $20,000 for Manchester School District is a drop in the bucket, but for a smaller district at Hill, Berlin, it's a more material amount. And so we feel like holding a public hearing for that amount better represents all districts in the state, all sizes.
Representative Mooney for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for taking the question. Just curious if this has made its way and been circulated to other school districts and if you've received any feedback regarding it.
I cannot speak to other school districts. Both Ms. Taylor and myself are part of the a group called NASBO, which is the New Hampshire Association of School Business Officials. We meet on a monthly basis, and my peers all are in support of this. It's something that is just needed because of the outdated nature of the dollar amount. And I think Ms. Taylor's point is a really good one in the sense that this is a compromise between larger communities like Manchester, Nashua, Portsmouth, who have, you know, much larger budgets than much smaller communities. So this seems to be a happy medium in our opinion. Not obviously you are the ultimate authority on how this law might progress or the change. So we would defer to that, but that's the rationale behind the 20,000.
Anything further from the committee members? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else that wishes to testify on this bill? Seeing none, I'll read the blue sheet. Also signing in favor of House Bill 207, Scott Gross from SAU 19, Fred Plett, who we heard from, Jerry Frew, New Hampshire School Administrators Association, and Bartlett Christina from the New Hampshire School Boards Association. Is there anyone else that has anything else to add on House Bill 207? I will close that hearing. The bill will be going to the Division 2 for further discussion, and they will come back to this committee with a recommendation. So any of you that want to look in on it, you can look it up when Division 2 may hold a hearing on that. We got a couple minutes here before we get to the next bill, which will be 129. So if anybody has any pink cards to testify on House Bill 129, please turn them in. Oh, 3 of them. Wow. It being 1:15, I will open the hearing on House Bill 129 and call upon the sponsor, member of this committee, Representative Jess Edwards, to testify.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, I'm Representative Jess Edwards, representing Rockingham District 31. I'm based in Auburn, New Hampshire. I'm introducing this bill today because it's an issue I've tracked for a couple of terms now, and recently, it's been a few months, but it feels recent. I had an opportunity to talk to the Auburn Village school principal who's here to testify, and she asked me to submit this bill. So here I am. What is the history on this bill? This bill has been debated in, I think, 2 terms. Both times it was passed from a policy perspective. I tried in both cases to just let people know that we had a 28A issue. So I'm here today to really just point out what we already know, what our constitutional obligation is under 28A. 28A says if the state mandates it, the state shall pay for it. The way the original bill 2 terms ago was written, it was written as though to flout the Constitution. It was a very short bill, basically 2 sentences. First sentence was essentially, there shall be a mandate on schools. And in the second sentence, a very clear statement that the state shall not pay for it. That got negotiated to where the school districts were encouraged to go seek charitable donations and the like. But what remained was the state's refusal to sign up to meet its 28A obligation. So, so that's what this is about. You may hear testimony about period poverty and how serious an issue this is. And that's not what I'm here to talk about. And I hope we don't get distracted by that, because that's been the policy decision that's already been made. I just want to walk you through what this bill does to the existing statute. So if you'll flip to the first main page, it's all the text of the legislation is just on that one page. On line 7, it simply flips and answers the question, who pays? Because we've said the school districts have to pay, but we're mandating it. That is the direct violation of 28A. So that gets flipped. Then line 11, you'll see that there's a bit of a formula there. It says that the schools are eligible for $15 from the Department of Education for every girl that's 12 or older, girl or woman. Now, this is not a biology issue. This isn't, should it start at 11 and a half or 13, or, do we need actual, evidence? This is really a simple funding formula, which ought to be good enough to keep it lightweight and simple. So it says $15 per school year for a person attaining the age of 12 or older. Line 15, this is kind of new, and this tweaks the policy a little bit. This is an effort to reduce vandalism and petty theft, and I think you might hear testimony from the Auburn Village School on what the impact and cost is associated with that. And this is just basically allowing them to make reasonable efforts to reduce vandalism and theft. Line 17, if there's going to be a request for reimbursement, there needs to be a new form. So it directs that a new form be created. Line 19 is something that, I think if the committee balked at the ball price, maybe this is where it might be, because this is essentially retroactively going back and making the schools whole for the time period in which we had failed to meet our constitutional obligation. And that, allowing for a back pay, it's on a much limited basis. Instead of the $15 per female, I think it becomes $5. So even with that, though, the difference between the first year and the subsequent years is $853K. So it's a pretty substantial amount that we saddled the districts in without meeting our prior obligation. So that would be the make whole clause. And then line 24 is an effective date. It basically just says that this would go into effect if signed, and it would go into effect for the next school year. And with that, I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Representative. Any questions from the committee? Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. Yeah, it's that second part that troubles me. That the past is the past, and it's hard to fix it. Are we opening a can of worms here for trying to right all the wrongs of all past legislatures, rather than just doing the right thing for ourselves and going forward?
I think that's an excellent question, and one I've kind of thought a little bit about, and I could see wanting to drive a wedge to make the past, but I also felt it incumbent upon me to communicate to the committee what it has cost the schools for our not doing our duty under the Constitution. And that cost is $853K that if we don't pay them, then that's what we're asking them to eat. There's a small precedent on this that I'd share. We spent a lot of time. We created that $100 million settlement fund for the Sununu Center abuse, and that's $100 million that's going back into the 60s. So we do have some precedent that we understand our obligation to the past, even while we're trying to build a Sununu Center that prevents that sort of abuse in the future. So I'm guessing this would go to Division 2, and I'm sure that committee could have that conversation and make a determination.
Follow up? Yeah, I'm not sure those two examples are comparable, that somehow what happened at the Sununu Center is the fault of the legislature back then. It's the fault of the people who did those abuses, in my opinion.
Sure, but the state's paying for it is kind of my point, is that we are setting up some money to pay for the sins of the past. And I think we did something similar, and there's a term of art for this, but it was the money that we appropriated so that the people who had received poor financial advice from the state could go and get some small percentage of the money that they were out because of the lack of good information. So notwithstanding your very good point, I just wanted to say that there's another side to the coin.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Stringham.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Representative Edwards, for taking my question. Do you think the schools would get sufficient funds to be worth the administrative paperwork? I mean, we have the smallest SAU in the state. We'd probably be getting less than $800. And the second related question is, how did you come up with $15 per school year? So we were already supplying menstrual products all along, so it wasn't any new funding for our particular school.
Okay, so I think you actually have 3 points in there. So to the first point, this asks the DOE to adopt rules and set up a funding request form. I don't know that they have to make that a complicated form. I mean, based on the math, it's what school is it? What was your student population? What's the math? I mean, it could be a very simple form that even I could fill out. So there's that. And then I'm sorry, what were the other two parts? Oh, actually, I was a weasel, and I went to the Auburn Village school principal and said, give me a number that would compensate you for your costs. So she's going to come up, and you can ask her about that. But I basically was a clerk on that funding issue. And then you did have a third point that wasn't as obvious in there that I'm just missing.
It's just that many schools were already supplying these and presumably under their adequacy formula.
Yeah, so that is not in the formula. I think that's a fine point because yes, in fact, schools were predominantly already taking care of this. What happens though is that we triggered 28A being considered when we made it a mandate, and so to the extent that we set up a system in which they incurred additional costs because they were able to manage waste and manage theft and the like. And then all of a sudden, the perception at least is that the rules were kind of mandatory and easy and wide open. It opened the door for more supply to be consumed than they had been. So I don't know how you split that. You know, maybe in testimony, if it sounds like it ought to be $7 per student instead of 15, but I'm just saying, I want us to recognize that there is this wedge where we violated 28A when we imposed an additional mandate causing them additional costs. We are at least obligated to meet the additional costs, in my view.
Thank you.
Further questions from committee members? Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Along similar lines, I guess, given your primary concern here seems to be the unconstitutionality of the current situation, if this does not pass, do you see it impacting what's going on now? Will the current policy and the current form of doing this maintain?
Okay, so practically probably not, because let's say people who are trained and experienced in the art do see this as being an unconstitutional intrusion based on 28A, it would still be incumbent upon a school district to sue. And the cost of a lawsuit probably is not worth the amount that they would save. And so we've kind of found this little back pond or back pool of things that we're doing wrong that we should get right, but nobody wants to do the right thing to fix it in the first place. So I'm proposing that we just fix it.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In that vein, can you speak to the responsibility of the costs if there were vandalism or what schools would have to do? If you're saying that it's unconstitutional for the schools to provide this on their own as opposed to the state providing it, then you also have in here the provisions around vandalism. Do you see the state picking that up, or does the school district pick that up?
So I need to come back because I've been inarticulate. If your takeaway is that I'm saying it's unconstitutional to provide them, it's unconstitutional for the state to mandate them and force the school to pay for it without our reimbursement. That's my main point.
Yes, I get that, but now I'm asking about if a school decides to do something for vandalism apropos protecting these products. Where does that lead you in your discussion around the constitutionality of paying for that?
I think that's secondary and not tied to the constitutionality issue. If we allow them to implement common sense safeguards to prevent vandalism and theft, then I just think that's good public policy. I don't think any of us are pro vandalism or theft. So I don't see that as part of the constitutional issue. That's more of the good government part of this from my point of view. And local control. They know what they're doing.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Leishman.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thanks, Chairman Edwards, for taking my question. Are you aware of any school districts not providing these products at the moment?
I think all of the school districts for the last 2 terms have been mandated by law to comply with this requirement. So I'm going to just change your question a little bit because I think it's a more interesting question to ask. Prior to our passing the law, were there any schools that were not helping kids get the medical supplies that they needed? And although there were a number of anecdotal horror stories during the testimony, and I don't remember if I was on a relevant committee or if I was just interested in the topic, but what you heard were these sort of generic arguments that, bad things are happening because girls are too intimidated to go to the school nurse, or it's not appropriate, or it's too inconvenient. But I don't recall any specific examples of here's school X and town Y that is not providing this supply to our students.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Further committee questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Yeah, I gave you 2 cards, sir. One is Principal Collins and one is the school board president, Mr. Villeneuve.
I apologize for my handwriting.
So So he doesn't want us to do cursive at his school.
Thank you. I appreciate you listening to my point of view. I'm speaking to you operationally and just giving you my experience. We have a K-8 school, so we have littles and bigs. They share bathrooms. We installed dispensers. We purchased and installed special dispensers that did not require money. And we filled them with tampons and pads. Since we've done that, and I believe it was last July that the bill came into play, we have had septic issues. We have had pads stuck to ceilings, pads stuck to walls, and it is really not the fact that like you said, Representative Stringham, we've always provided these products to our students. We provided it through through guidance counselors, through female teachers, through our nurse, through myself as principal. So we were there for our students personally on a more personal basis. Now we have students going into the bathrooms, stuffing the toilets, and it's costly. And I think my point with Representative Edwards was I went from something that worked really, really well to something that I see a lot of waste. And it's just really purely operational and waste is my perspective of bringing this to you today.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from committee members? Representative Mooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. And I'm sorry that that happened to you in your school. You helped to craft the language of this bill, I assume, or you helped to draft it to some degree. My question is this. There's no opt-out of this. So what are your thoughts on that? Sound like you had a system that was working, and now this further says that it's just going to be done in a different way. Your thoughts?
Red light. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Alan Villeneuve. I'm the school board chair for the last 17 years. That's really a policy question. We were here more to speak about the cost that this has driven up for us on our budget. I don't believe there is, as you point out, any language about opting out. If that was something that you wanted to change, I think that's a completely different bill. And I don't think we might be interested in such a thing because we weren't a district that was interested in the first iteration of this anyway. As Dr. Collins points out, it wasn't an issue for us before. Now the legislature has put something on us that is actually an issue. So it's not just the waste product, but we're having trouble, as perhaps many other districts are, in employment of clean crews and staff and janitors. So anytime any of this stuff goes wrong in the bathroom, that's time that we have to take away from our cleaning crew and again, our custodial staff to go and deal with this. We're already down 2 janitors. So it's very costly. We had the money to put in for the machines that wasn't reimbursed, which is fine. And, I understand the regressiveness of part of the bill to pay for the old things. We'd be happy to move forward in Auburn with just paying for it forward. It is, I know in Representative Stringham's district, perhaps it's, $800 or something, but that's just the cost of a product. It's not the cost of somebody going to fill the machine, to maintain that machine, again, the cleanup and all these other things. It's thousands of dollars in these districts, or at least in our district, to say nothing of what happens in the much larger districts, where we are just a wonderful little K-8 school. You should stop by sometime. So we're just trying to do right by our taxpayers as well. I don't know if that answers your question, but.
Representative Hewitt, did you want to add further?
If I may add, I feel as though a student alone in a bathroom dealing with some of the things that they're dealing with is not a great situation given the mental health situation of a lot of our students today. And that connection, that one incident might connect them to someone in our school that will be their trusted adult forevermore because they know that that person helped them with that. So I feel as though, I think Jess said it, is like have faith that we are there for our students and that we will do our job.
Representative Hewitt for a question.
Yeah, is there anything in the current law that requires you to have machines and to do this in the bathroom?
That is the current law.
That is, okay. Very good.
Thanks. Mandated by a previous legislature
Thank you.
and unfunded.
Further questions from the committee? Thank you for your testimony. Next, have a card from Representative Woodcock on this bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Steve Woodcock. I represent Conway, New Hampshire. And I'd just like to speak a minute about the bill, not about the intent of the bill. Representative Edwards has talked about that, how this bill came into play. I'm not sure, as to respond to Representative Hewitt's question, I'm not sure it requires that it has a mechanical distribution piece in the law. But beyond that, my concern here today is that the bill was initiated because of an attendance issue. If you recall, those of you in the legislature before, because we're talking about 3 or 4 days per month of students who did not attend, particularly from low-income areas, times 10 months, that's 30 days of school time, those students weren't there. And that still was existing. If you recall, at that point, I testified in the floor as an actual example of the teacher and having that circumstance. And it was not just a student, it was widespread. My concern with the mechanism that's before you today is not the method. My concern is that this may negate the law when you go to the section in terms of line 15, 16, and 17. And that was the opt-out or the general inference from years ago. Well, we can go to the school nurse, or we can go to the phys ed teacher or a female nurse or someone. And it did cause a stigma. It did cause long lines. And I feel unfortunate for the Village Elementary School, but it may be because it's an elementary school, and but it may not be. But nothing requires that. So that was my concern, that the intent of the law is doing well. Sitting on the Education Committee, I have the opportunity to speak with principals and administrators often. And vandalism is rare. What was happening initially was a lot of the product was going because people didn't expect it to be there. And then it was there next month and next week and next day, that stopped. Some folks just have just regular straw baskets there. It's not intended as a $15, and the other part is the cost here. It's not intended for $15 per student for the cost of this, because we both know that's not these aren't high quality, top products. These aren't the Tampix galore. These are random generic pieces. So it's not a big demand item by many of the women. Most that can afford it have their own menstrual products at home. These are the folks that can't afford it. That was the whole point of this. And just to update on, because the cost did concern me. So just for your own iteration, today's Walmart prices: 36 Tampax, $5.98. 36 tampons, $9.70. Pads from Equate, 60 for $8.97. And I guess the Always must be a higher brand, 36 for $10.47. Having not used any of those products, I cannot verify the quality. I'm just telling you what today's market was. So I think the $15 per student is way overpriced if you're going to reimburse anyone, and it's not for everyone. It's not the intent. So my concern, frankly, is just the loss of the law. That when we go to 15, we'll get to, well, the guidance counselor has it, the teacher has it, go see someone else, and we know what happened there. It doesn't happen as you get older. It's just like we're all aware of the kids, for the most part, who are in high school who have free and reduced lunch and don't go because they can't put it because they can't do that. And this is the bulk of the kids we have here. So I'm asking you to think about, as you discuss this law and exec on this law, that input. And I'd be happy to take questions. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Representative. Questions for Representative Woodcock? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you again.
I have a card from Jeff Monroe. Welcome to Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and all of the committee. I appreciate you being in front. My name is Jeff Monroe. I'm CEO of representing a brand of new innovation called Eagle Pads on a Roll. When you passed this bill many years ago, I've been in the janitorial business for 42 years, calling on all your schools. So I have a vast background of the JanSan and what it is. I wanted to make some points on a new technology that's out there that will reduce costs and still give your constituents the product they need. It's based on a roll and could be on a toilet paper holder, not a machine that costs $300. So I wanted to make a few points that we have economical solutions today that I'd like you to be considered on. You don't have to buy an expensive machine. With the pill fridge, maybe there's not a receptacle there. And maybe it's of us educating the facilities manager. So that would be part of our job. The product is being tested right now at UNH and City of Cambridge today. I'll just give you an idea. Had a budget of 15, but sanitary products really come down to about $2 to $3 out of that budget. And the last point is we need to have equality. There's no one carrying toilet paper into the stall. It's a woman's right to have that equality for what she does, and the cost of this is not what you think. So that's my statements. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Appreciate the information. Questions from the committee. Representative Popovici Muller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I thought I heard you say that this may reduce pilfering. I completely understand where it reduces costs because it's much, more economically, feasible than a dispenser, but I have no idea how putting this on a roll would actually reduce pilfering. Did I misunderstand or could you elaborate?
There will be some pilfering, but what I've found in putting out the biggest towel system in the United States, there will be initially, but the roll goes on, and it also has a dispenser too, which will be dispensed one at a time. So economically, there will be some in the beginning, but state of Utah has mandated it totally, and 19 other states, just so you know.
Thank you.
Further questions from the committee members?
Yes, Yes, could you leave that information as part of our file?
Yes,
What you
I
just
have a
held
whole
up?
package for the committee and as many pieces of literature for the entire board here.
Okay, because we'll be looking at this tomorrow.
Pardon me?
We'll be looking at this tomorrow.
Thank you.
Questions?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there anyone else that wishes to testify? We have on the blue sheet Barrett Christina from New Hampshire School Boards Association in favor. Steve Woodcock, Representative Steve Woodcock is opposed. Alan Villeneuve from Auburn is pro, and so is Lori Collins. We've heard from all those people except Mr. Christina. Thank you. We'll now close the hearing on House Bill 129, and we will open the hearing on House Bill 468. Call on one of the sponsors, Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, I am Representative Greg Hill, serving the town of Northfield, the snowy town of Northfield. I think I have in front of you a fairly easy bill to handle. It's self-explanatory. It's simply looking for an amount of money, $100,000, to begin the process of recodification of our education statutes. This has been something that's been talked about since I've been here in 2010, but to my knowledge, nothing has been attempted along those lines. I believe this is a nonpartisan idea. I will tell you that what happened just in the last year pointed out the need for it for me, and maybe this will help some of the newer members of your committee. In my town, we had 2 mathematics teachers, both 8th grade, both of them taking continuing education to get a master's. Both of them borrowed money to do that from 2 different lenders. The lenders, after the program completed and they submitted their paperwork, one lender reimbursed $17,000 and the other reimbursed $8,000. And the only difference was the company one company determined that the 8th grade teacher was a primary school or elementary school teacher, and pointed out the RSAs that they used to calculate that. And the other program considered the 8th grade to be a secondary school teacher, and pointed to the RSAs that showed that. So this is illustrative of the problem that we have, that in some cases our RSAs are conflicting, in some they're duplicative, in some cases they're missing. So this is a situation where I think instead of just layering solution on solution, it may be a good time to start looking at recodification entirely. I will point out 2 pieces of the bill that, or 2 notes, I guess I would like you to take note of or be aware of. One is Roman 3, where it says the commissioner or designee shall have exclusive supervisory authority over the attorney. Apparently, the commissioner is not thrilled about that piece of language, and so there may be an amendment coming or forthcoming to Division 2, probably tomorrow, I'm guessing. You may want to ask the DOE, that is a representative that is here. The second is the OLS director stopped me in the hallway just before 1:30 to mention that this is an idea that OLS is reviewing as well, and they think that there may be merit to perhaps looking at this model for all of our statutes. So this will be an ongoing situation that you can be sure will be coming your way. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions if there are any, but I would like to get some honest footwork ahead here to see if we can get something going for recodification.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions from the committee? Representative Cabrils.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking the question. Given the $100,000 that would be allocated, and given whatever the attorney's fees may be, what percentage of the education statutes do you think they would be able to cover with $100,000?
My hope is all of them. If I thought it was going to cover half, I would have made it 200,000.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your question.
You do point out to quite a full book. Any other questions? Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative. At one time, the legislature had a special committee just for recodifying laws. Do you think this might be a better task for a legislative committee or possibly a summer for the education committee?
Thank you for your question. I have no idea. The honest answer. I really just want something to get done. It's clear that something needs to be done, and we can talk about additional committees. We had a committee on committees, for instance. Representative Ebel will attest, and that took us 2 terms before we could get that accomplished. So this was my best shot at trying to make something happen. So I appreciate your question.
Representative Petrie for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you remember right, 11-12, we looked at this very carefully on the Education Committee. We figured it'd take 6 years to do this properly, to go through the education law, which is quite a big task. It would overlap several terms. Remember that?
Thank you for your question. The representative's memory is much better than I.
Further questions from the committee? Representative Hacken Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question.
Thank you.
So I'm looking at Roman numeral 2 of this legislation. As it's proposed, the report and findings for any recommendations would be basically given to the commissioner of the Department of Education solely. I'm wondering what the thought process is through this section. My question is, if we're expending public dollars, shouldn't there be some public reporting as well?
Thank you for your question. It would be my understanding that that the attorney shall report the findings and recommendations to the commissioner, but I would suggest, just as with the Committee on Committees, the process was a representative would then submit legislation with those recommendations, and it would come to another House committee and then through the Senate just the same way. Probably could spell that all out, but that would be my guess is how the process would take place, because the commissioner doesn't have the ability to change our statutes. It would have to come through, and probably through legislative administration, the best committee we have.
Further questions from committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Next, we'll call upon Scott Gross.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Scott Gross. I'm a business administrator for the SAU 19, and which represents Goffstown and New Boston. I am speaking in favor, strong favor of this bill. Most recently, I sent a letter to the Department of Education seeking funding, and it was for a 54-year-old RSA. I'm going to give it to you. It is 198:19, and it deals with area school aid. So when we talk about recodification, we talk about looking over some of the statutes that are out there. I'm going to indulge me. It'll take me 30 seconds to read it. As an incentive to receiving and sending districts which undertake the obligations of an area school, the state board shall, from funds appropriated by the general court to carry out the provisions of this chapter, pay annually to each receiving district sums in accordance with the following schedule. For each pupil from the sending district, an average daily membership in the preceding school year in an elementary school, $45, in a junior high school or equivalent, $60, and an area high school, $75. The chapter is school money, not the section. I sent a letter to the Department of Education requesting over $37,000 in the last 2 years, to which I was told that the funds were not appropriated by the legislature. But funds were appropriated by the legislature for school money, so I disagree with the Department of Education's attorney in their interpretation. My board is going to decide whether or not they're going to litigate. I'd hate to do that because if this law needs to be off the books, if that incentive is no longer needed, then strike the law. But the law is on the books, and it uses strong language. It uses the word shall, the state board shall. So now my board has to determine, are they going to file a lawsuit against the state board and ultimately the legislature for a law that is not being currently funded or paid? So this is just one example, and I actually have an excellent relationship with the Department of Ed. I like them, but it's a good example of why you need to go through these statutes periodically, because there is a lot of outdated statutes that are out there. So thank you very much. And if there are any questions, I guess I'm here. So.
Thank you for pointing that out. Questions from the committee members?
Yes, question.
Representative McGuire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. So it's possible on things like this that House Bill 2 might suspend Section 19819 for the biennium or something like that. Do you know if that's done or?
I don't know, and that's something that certainly would have to be investigated by our school attorney as to what may or may not apply. But in terms of the day-to-day operations of what folks like myself do, or perhaps other superintendents, et cetera, we're looking at these statutes and we're trying to follow them. To you've created them, you've enacted them. We want to follow them. We want to follow the law. So when I read the law, I don't necessarily know about House Bill 2 and all the other things that might supersede it. So in candor, so for me, if it was cleaned up, it would be easier to say, hey, this never applied in the first place.
Anything further? Perhaps you've sent some ideas to this lawyer. All right. If no questions, then next we'll call on Caitlin Davis, Director Caitlin Davis. And another lawyer. Sorry.
Good afternoon. For the record, Caitlin Davis from the Department of Education. I don't frequently bring props with me when I testify, but this is the Department of Education law book.
Bigger.
We sometimes see old versions used as door stops around this building specifically, but as you can see, it's quite large. And there's a lot of information, very, very useful information. So useful, in fact, that there's a bill being heard right now in House Education to make sure the Department of Education is providing copies of the law book, paper copies, to all of the members on the committee. Now, I've been doing this since 2010, working with you all, and the number of times that we go through and we read this bill or this law book and we find areas that conflict each other drive us absolutely crazy. And I don't have a law degree, so then I go walk down to Diana's office and say, Diana, I found this law that says this and another law over here that conflicts with it. What am I supposed to do? Do I get to pick and choose when it's convenient for me? She typically says no, unfortunately. And then I ask another lawyer what their opinion is, see if I can get a better one. But it's just, there's laws that have been on the books for over 100 years at the Department of Education. And through years and years of rewriting better, more consistent, or just different laws, there have been a lot of old things that have either been left in other areas or not touched, or just have become outdated over the years. And it really is not helpful for the department and for school districts when they're trying to understand the work that they're required to do. I can think of a simple example from this morning when we're talking about building aid, for example. So Representative Mooney started talking to the Department of Education about providing funding, building aid funding, to charter schools a few years ago. Well, she came in and she sat with Amy Clark, and Amy Clark had said to me, well, I don't know why we don't just give building aid to charter schools. The building aid law discusses charter schools throughout it, and what even right down to what rates a charter school should receive. And then in the charter school law, it says charter schools can't receive building aid. So right then and there, it's just a great example of a conflict. There's a lot of examples, these laws, some of them, there might be a law from 1960 that's a great law, still really applicable, but it's unclear maybe if it's applicable to a charter school, because in 1960, when that law was written, charter schools did not exist here in New Hampshire. So the number of times and examples of things like that are just present challenges on behalf of the department, on behalf of schools, could just really use some external partner to kind of look at this, say, what is the intent? What are we supposed to be doing? Maybe moving sections around and really just helping everybody be better at implementing the requirements of the legislature and the laws that you've chosen to write for education.
Thank you. So you didn't mark on here for either of you whether you're in favor of this bill or whether this is an impossible task or,
So very infrequently do we say we're in favor, but I will go ahead and say that we are in favor of this
Understood.
bill.
Representative Erf for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for taking my question. So you guys have a lot of expertise, and I'm guessing there's others in the department with a lot of expertise in these kinds of issues. Given your knowledge of that, how long do you think it would take to actually go through that book and figure it out?
So I do think it is going to be a very challenging task. With the department, what we assume the process would be is for the Department of Education to, if this bill is to pass, and give us an appropriation, release an RFP to get vendors to potentially apply that hopefully do this work and kind of give us some ideas of whether we think this is something that could be reasonably accomplished with the amount of money that's being proposed or not. And if it comes down to, well, we can only do certain sections, then, we'll take that and we'll start going through that process. There are a ton of education laws. There's also a ton of education rules that also will need to be reviewed. So it will likely take quite a bit of time, which is part of why we would like to have an external partner do this work rather than just put it on our existing attorneys that work at the Department of Education. There's no feasible way that Diana and our other attorneys and our partners at the Attorney General's office could accomplish this work without dedicating a full time to this work on top of all the additional work that they have.
Representative Petrie for a question.
No, go ahead. My question was answered.
Representative Edwards.
Thank you. It's pretty much a follow-up to Representative Verf's question. Given that you've had people working with that book for a while, it just strikes me that, the 80-20 rule may be able to come in effect here. So if there's about 20% of the portions of the statute that are creating 80% of the problems, is there a kind of a way to identify the priorities for repair instead of saying this whole, I think you kind of implied it in your last answer, but can that be done before legislation is passed to tell us what the priorities are?
So the problem with that is it's a really inclusive project of all of the laws, because I would say, for example, the building aid law has been rewritten recently, and we said, all right, that makes sense. So you maybe don't need to focus on that. But then this charter school issue has come to light, and we directed somebody to look at, say, just the building aid law, the school money law, or the charter school law, you're probably not going to get a product that we really need at the department. We are, as individuals, when we're doing our job, are constantly trying to adjust the existing law. I can give you a couple of good examples. So last year, a bill passed to rewrite RSA 198/38 through 42, which is the law around the payment of the adequate education funding formula. That funding formula law, we had an LBA audit, I believe it was in 2013 or 14. We had proposed some legislation at that time to fix it. Representative Sally Fellows, when she worked at the Department of Education, had initially drafted that legislation. We tried several times to get that legislation passed, and it wasn't until last summer where we finally were able to get that legislation passed to fix just that small section. I have another proposal that will be heard in the Senate shortly about fixing the accountability and assessment laws. So this is something that we are doing through our work on a regular basis at the Department of Education, but we are really looking for a comprehensive look at all education laws.
And I will just simply add to that for the record, Diana Fenton, an attorney with the Department of Ed. This is, as Caitlin said, this is really an issue that needs to be addressed in totality. The department continually brings forward and identifies issues that need to be addressed, but that really is a piecemeal approach. And this is a wonderful opportunity for someone to look at this holistically and then give guidance to the respective committees in terms of how we can better address the issues that are raised really on a day-to-day basis as we work with this book as we do our jobs on a daily basis.
Follow up?
It seems to me that you have a practical hurdle to cross, and that is for whoever is ultimately the project manager or the lead subject matter expert, they already need to know the law pretty well. And then that gets to be a fairly finite group of people. I mean, as you imagine who might actually get this external contract to do this work, is there an organization or a person that's already prepared to be efficient, or is a bunch of the money just going to go to learning what the statute currently says?
I feel that, most lawyers could pick up this project and undertake it. It's reading through the statutes, it's looking at it holistically, it's figuring out where there are conflicts, it's figuring out where there are programs that are no longer necessary or needed. One of the programs that we identified is RSA 193:31, and it's from 1985. It's education of missing children. And that's a task that has now been taken on by DHHS as part of their human trafficking role. And so this is an area that, while it is on the books, and this has been mentioned in previous testimony, this is not a program that is actively being engaged with. Another agency has taken it on. And so I feel confident that there are many lawyers who would be capable, even without necessarily an educational background, of reviewing these laws and doing the work that we need them to do in identifying some of these areas of concern.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
Further questions? Representative Emmerich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It would seem to me, in my past lives, I've been involved in manuals where we kept errata, the oops, we didn't catch that one. Do you have such a, spread Excel or anything that says, oops, this doesn't jive with that? I mean, it would seem that it would start to settle in as to Representative Edwards' point, that there are probably going to be fewer areas than we think. And it would seem like a waste of time to read the whole thing for these 7 areas that are a disaster, for example.
So I appreciate that you think it's fewer areas. I think once we start this process, it's going to be much more areas than we had
I'm an
originally
optimist.
anticipated. So it's funny because Diana and I were sitting yesterday in her office and talking about coming here to testify on behalf of this bill. And we were both just kind of like throwing areas like, well, what about this? What about that? We don't have a formal document the Department of Education has been maintaining, but I can tell you from sitting down with me and my staff and the administrators that know these laws and rules and work with them on a daily basis, that we can come up with a pretty comprehensive list quickly that will maybe scare some potential people from doing the work. But
Representative Papavici Miller, and then Representative Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking the questions. We've already heard the opinion of the prime sponsor on the timeline and the budget of this. If this were a question asked of you without considering an existing law, and we would ask you how much time and how much money would be needed to perform a project like this, what would be your rough estimate of both the timeline and the budget?
I mean, honestly, from the department's perspective, we haven't done a lot of research on how much a project like this will cost. We will, like we do with all of our projects, release an RFP, see what those proposals say, and those will come with timelines. We have actually kind of spitballed some ideas internally saying that, is this the kind of is there companies that exist that do this work already on behalf of different laws and states and whatnot? But we are really just in the foundation of starting to look at getting this work done, so we don't have a great answer for that.
Mr. Chair, quick follow-up.
Follow-up.
You mentioned potentially putting out an RFP to get a reasonable quote. What would be the timeline and cost for that? Is that something that could be done in time for us to still consider the bill and any adjustments needed to it?
So I don't think that we would get the quality of bids back or on an RFP if there weren't a law requiring the department to do that. There's very little cost associated with putting out an RFP. It's Department of Education staff and time that associate with the RFP, but we typically wouldn't start that until there's at least some formal requirement on behalf of the department.
Thank you.
Representative Murray for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2 things. When you
with great difficulty, try to clean up some of these areas that have, you know, issues that you're aware of. What can you do to make sure that you haven't created an additional conflict with some law that's back in 1950 or whatever? And the second question is, can you assure us that it seems to me we can't be the only ones facing this issue. And can you assure us or give some information around agencies that do this for their living, that this is their professional job?
So we don't have it. The second part of your question, we don't have that data right now because we are just in the very beginning of starting this process. I hope there are companies out there that do this, and this is something that very easily just fits into existing work. I also do know there's many attorneys in the state of New Hampshire that are experts in education law that may want to step in and do this role. As far as creating additional areas where there might be conflicts, that's actually why we're looking for a comprehensive approach rather than saying, let's just do the building aid law and now let's do the assessment law. And these one-off pieces we've been able to kind of fix our one-off pieces, but it's the whole picture now that is really not coming together, so.
Representative Mooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for testifying. Would you believe that any publicity from one of my bills is good publicity? So I'm glad I could provide you the example to begin your testimony. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Further questions from committee members? Representative Hewitt.
Well, it seems to me that if you're going to examine something as large as the education law, that it's going to take more than a lawyer, and it's going to take more than $100,000. You know, the Commission on Uniform State Laws has been in existence for 30 or 40 years at least, and the American Bar Association has come up with a number of standard laws, including like the Uniform Commercial Code and things like that. But that's a major undertaking, and what we're talking about here is a series of laws enacted at different times under different circumstances, which viewed from today's perspective have got real difficulties. And it's not just a matter of one conflicts with the other. One may conflict with one, which may then conflict with 3 or 4 others, and you have to have a process for eliminating the conflicts before you can decide what you want to have for a law. And I'm suggesting that this particular statute is probably a little too easygoing in those terms to be worthy of. Well, and I certainly wouldn't want to stick $100,000 on it and just hand it to the Commissioner of Education and say, have a ball. Thank you.
And to your point, I believe all the things you just said are absolutely true. And we really need to start someplace. We need to start this as a talking point for the department to really help us improve our operations. And that's why we're coming to the committee with this proposal. And, you know, we would love more money and more time, but we've got to get it going. Because I don't want to be sitting here in 13 more years from now and saying, which that might happen, so.
Anything further from the committee? Representative Heath.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in Roman 3, it talks about the commissioner or designee will have exclusive supervisory authority. Who do you think should it be the legislature or?
So I think we're gonna, we actually spoke with the Attorney General's office this morning, and we're going to ask to say the Department of Education in consultation with the Attorney General's office.
I think
That's
that
the
sounds
language
much
they would like, and we as the department are fine with that. And we've talked to Representative Hill about potentially amending it to include that. So,
All right.
Obviously, the other thing is too is the commissioner and the department can't write bills. We have to ask you all to do that, and thankfully Representative Hill wrote this one for us. And the proposal would eventually end up in the hands of the legislature, hopefully proposing and adjusting those bills or those laws as needed.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further from committee members? Seeing none, I will close the hearing on Bill 468, and I will announce that all these bills will be going to Division 2 Does Representative Emmerich want to announce any time that you'll be hearing them?
Tomorrow,
Starting at
10.
and then 2:12. All right, so anybody with any further interest, these will be coming. Further question?
I just wanted to remind Division Three that HB 120 is going to be heard at 3 o'clock down in Children and Family Law. And it really helped the whole process of fast tracking it if everyone in Division Three can attend.
It looks like the blue sheet on House Bill 468 is blank. So probably we've heard from everybody that has an interest. All right, Division 1 has an announcement.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. The retirement briefing for tomorrow will have to be rescheduled. So it's off for tomorrow.
Anything for Division 3? You said, put it already?
I just did it, thank you.
Okay. There's a reception at 5 o'clock in the Hotel Concord fundraiser where people are coming to give money to, I believe, the speaker, and they'd like to talk to some representatives. So I'd appreciate the attendance of all that can make it and kill for a couple hours and then go over there and see what they have to offer. Concord Hotel.
4 o'clock?
I show it starting at 5.
Okay.
So I will be there. Hopefully some others of you can make it. Thank you for your attendance. Thank you for your intelligent questions. You'll see many areas that we'll be working on in this committee, and there's lots of ways we can fix them. It's going to take all of our mental abilities to try to figure out how, but there's lots of ways, like some of the things we heard today that we were discussing, talking about building aid. It's in a separate line. It doesn't need to be in a separate line. We have more money coming into the adequacy than we need because of the decline in enrollment, depending on how we use that money. We could decide by law to put building aid under adequacy. That's something that we could do here. We could change the law if need be to put that money in the place where it needs to be. Or we could look at the formula that puts money into the education trust fund and say, too much of this is going in, too much of that is going in. And we could tweak the percentages that each of those sources of funds, except for gambling money. That all goes into education trust fund. But the other sources can be variable. Keep that in mind as we go through these things and try to find out how do we best spend money on education to have it work the way we want it to. And of course, we welcome the director's comments on any of these thoughts. But these are some of the things that have occurred to me as we're discussing all these bills and where the money comes from and where it goes. So be imaginative. There are more ways we can use this money than has been done in the past, especially as situations change. So I thank you all for your attendance, and we'll see you on Thursday. I think we start at 10 o'clock. Thank you all for your attendance and your ideas.